Darn, like no views. Okay, so 633.
Equal to player dot global position.
There's like that little skip at the beginning. I think it's like I have player on automatic spawn or something. Hey, really cool. Are you gonna do Ludum Dar? Oh, dude, my viewers count is all over the place. It like keeps jumping from 10 to 5 because I keep getting disconnected. Jesus. Is there an instantiation here somewhere that I don't know about? Is that why it's like moving me right at the beginning? I think it might have to do with my movement too. It's like the physics are getting applied late or something. See that little bump? Looks dumb. Get rid of this. Why does it do that? What did it do again? Interesting. If you put the mouse in the middle, it'll like always face it. But always face away from the direction you're going. Yo, Jitspo. Thank you for the raid. I don't even remember what I was doing. I got thrown off. Whatever. I'll do a shout out. Jitspo. What were you guys up to? I follow this guy. I can't remember off the top of my head what his stream is like. I'm gonna go over there and look at it so I can recall. Making monsters and grab your tongue? Are you telling me to grab my tongue? Oh, yes. Yes, I remember this dude now.
Nobody expects.
No, you grab their tongue. There are a lot of sounds. Like a frog? Man, I have no idea what the heck you're talking about.
Nobody.
Cool. Retro FPS game day. Oh, you're Godot. Cool. The Godot man. I myself am a newly minted Godot man. Let me turn on my light. One sec. Get Jitspo's a Godot Pro. Yeah, that's not what I am. How are you doing with your Godot Pro Evan MMO? Are you getting there? I feel like I'm getting there. I've been kind of using a lot of tutorials. It's the hardest thing I think when you're doing a steady progress, yeah, is how to figure out the hierarchy. Like how to organize everything, you know? I'm doing this game I've been doing. I've basically been using a tutorial and then kind of like tweaking it as I go. And the way this programmer dude structured his game, it's like, it's really good. Like he has his autoload stuff, his abilities, his background. This is like parallaxes and stuff. Components. So this is like health component, hitbox, hurt box, vial. The vial drop is like a health drop, which I haven't implemented yet, but the game object. This is like enemies and the player. Leaderboard, not yet done. Yeah. Components is actually kind of a common term in you know, regular non-game dev app development. I hear a lot of people say that who do a lot of mobile app development. They say they use the term component. I still don't totally get how resources work in Godot. Even singletons, I'm a little bit like weird about them. Like I use them and I'm using them correctly, but I don't know. I feel like I don't know what that I feel insecure about it. With the way the singletons and the game data is set up in Godot. Like I do it and I just go for it. Another thing he did that I thought was interesting in the tutorial was he had entities and a foreground. So you could put stuff in this foreground layer group and that would put it in the front. And it's kind of like a simple way. So like if you, like this, for example, when you spawn stuff, you can spawn it into the foreground layer. Singletons are just scenes that are loaded kind of at the same level as the main scene and are always there. Yep. No, I mean, I know that in an intellectual sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between knowing something and like having memorized all the definitions and then having it be like a concept that you've fully bonded with. You know, that's kind of, I'm not at that second part yet, but I do use singletons and stuff, and like there's tons in my game. Not all of them were through the tutorial. I made a bunch of them up myself, but it's just, I think when you're new to an engine, you just have this feeling of like you don't know what's going on, so everything is a bit, you feel just kind of, for lack of a better way to put it, you feel a bit insecure about it, you know? But yeah, I haven't really watched your channel much. I don't know why. I usually stream, I watch a lot of channels, but I guess because I've just been chilling in my stream all day for like I've been streaming a lot. I probably stream like 100 hours of every week almost. No, maybe not quite. Like 50 or 60. I don't know, a lot. That was a total just number I pulled out of my butt, but I definitely do at least 40. Maybe a little less. I don't know. Pretty busy with my own streams. I like watching other people's streams too. I don't watch them super actively, but usually when I'm working on like income generating work, I have a stream open. And for Godot, there's not a ton of really good streamers, you know? And if you have somebody who has a little bit more experience, which my perception is that you do, it's advantageous just to see how they structure things. Like for me, most of the stuff with Godot, like it's not just memorizing the syntax and all that. It's like I don't feel super comfortable with it at like a conceptual level. I'm getting it though. But yeah, the function I've just been adding is these little bombs, and I'm following a tutorial to put them in because I mean, I could do it my own way, but I really trust this tutorial guy, and I like the way he does things, so I'm gonna do it his way. And then, but these bombs actually will spin in a circle out from the player, so they'll start in the center and then they'll spin out like that when I get them done. Right now there's no collision or anything, I just got them to spawn. I also just implemented a system where the rockets that are chasing you, they like increase their spawn rate. So it's like, if you see, I already have like a level up system, but I don't, and the way it's gonna work is you can pull whatever level up you want when you get a level up. But right now I only have one weapon that's like actually fully working. Eventually too, I'll have a front-facing gun. I've been thinking about how I want to do that, and I'm gonna probably implement it a little bit later in the project. Like, you know, there's a couple ways you can do it. You could do it like by detecting the direction you're facing and then just make it go from the middle. But it's a little funky with the way I have my steering, so I'd have to make it from the player. And then it's like, well, if I go from the player to like a direction of the mouse, there's some coding in there that I have to figure out. And I don't want to, I mean, I could do it now, but I want to do it in a way where I feel confident in the way it's being executed. Especially because there's a whole bunch of other things that I know how to do. And I can implement them much more in a clean way first. And then I'm passively trying to think about how I'm going to do the bullets. Like, I haven't even really figured out if I'm going to make them, like, upgradable, you know? Or is it just going to be, like, a base gun? I thought about maybe making it so that the frontal gun, all upgrades affect it, so it just passively increases no matter what you do. Which would be easier to implement from, like, a programming standpoint, but would be more difficult to implement from a like. It would be more difficult to implement from like a. Well, I don't know. It'd be easier to program it, but it would be maybe not as cool. That's what I'm trying to say. So when I have it like intellectually figured out, then I'll do it. I've also been thinking about the rockets too. Like, I might make it so that they move quickly and then they slow down when they get close. But the problem with that is it looks kind of buggy when you have these big globs because they'll collision off of each other all weird. Where if you keep it like a consistent speed, they look really good. I don't think I can get to a point where my sword gets strong enough to just kill everything. It's kind of fun. This is a fun game. Who made this game? This game's fun. Look at all these freaking missiles, dude. Whoa! Whoa! I'm gonna have a shield mechanic too, which will actually blow up the missiles when they get too close. But I want to have the shield work first, and then I'll implement the damage. I need level ups. Yeah, I don't think you ever get to a point where you can kill stuff faster than it spawns. Now that I changed because I recently just made it so that the missiles come in incrementally more faster as time passes. But oh, I put a wind function in there too. You won. Posted some videos on YouTube today. If anybody wants to check out my YouTube, I'm not going to show you this video because I'm busy, but I do need lots of comments and likes and stuff if you want to help me out. Get the video to kind of get lots of views. The video is actually the title song. Well, no, it's like the main theme of the game. So it's pretty cool. Okay, let me keep going and see how this guy does this in this tutorial.
Okay, let's hit Control-Shift-O and then open up our player scene. In our ability manager, let's instantiate a child scene and put the axe ability controller
Did that already.
right next to the sword ability controller. So again, right-click ability manager, instantiate child scene, and axe ability controller.
Calcatos, thank you for the follow, my friend. My new friend.
And if we did,
Bro, I'm close to the. I'm gonna probably hit the 1,000 followers this summer, dude. I'm gonna be big time, like Evan MMO over there. I'm gonna be a big timer,
everything right,
or maybe a medium timer. Is that what not as much a small timer?
when we play the game, we should see that the axe periodically spawns at the player position. There it is. Now we need to make the axe actually work. So let's go to our axe ability scene. We can go back to the 2D mode just to see what's going on here. And let's go ahead and add a script, and the default location is good. So what do we want to do in the axe ability? Well,
So this is interesting because I could copy it right now. I could copy the axe ability and just use it as a base for my bullet ability as it is right now. I think I might do that before I go on any further. So basically I'm just gonna copy all the code and translate it to bullet. Yeah. So let's just open up the axe stuff. And I'll implement it and leave it there, and then later on I'll make the bullet move forward and hurt people and blow up. I haven't decided whether I want the bullet to like hit them and like blow up or go through them and then like disappear off screen. I feel like I'm leaning towards disappearing off screen because it's just easier to program. Anybody have an opinion about that? Should bullets go through the enemy and disappear off screen? Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to delete these. These all kind of suck anyway. Except for the PNG. Then the ability controller, and then the axe. Delete these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the axe controller, because where it is right now, it's a good starting point. Copy this, duplicate this. But you can't duplicate it. Huh, interesting. Oh, no, you can. Just do. Why is there a JSON file? Is that always there? Oh. I never noticed that. Does the sword have a JSON? Why doesn't the sword have a JSON? I didn't create the... And then I can change wherever it says axe. To bullet. Control D. Axe. Oh shit. Okay, so that's good. Then check this. Wait, this is the same script. Check this bad boy out. This one doesn't have any code. And then we're going to, for the 2D sprite, we're gonna pop this bad boy in there. So just see if it breaks the game. I could have swore that I changed this. So where is it wanting to instantiate? Oh, right here. Var bullet instance. So what that is that's in the ability, in the main tree. It's the bullet ability. Oh, it's under player actually. So a bullet ability controller. What did I just do? Okay, it didn't break it. That's interesting. Why are they using the same? Ability controller. What the frick did I do? Is it using the same script? Oh, that's where it is. So for the bullet ability controller is there. Axe ability, sword ability. Base instance and all. Timer. Timeout on connection. Axe ability scene. The frick is this? Ability scene not declared in current scope. Why is it using the same one? Bullet detach script. Reattach this one. There we go. See, basically what I'm doing is I'm creating like a template that I can use later for new weapons. ability scene. Wait a second. My scripts are not connected properly. Timer timeout connect. Just gonna try this real quick. Remove this node real fast, see what happens. Timer. That timeout. So for the bullet ability, is it pulling on the other timer? Is this like an instantiated timer? Also, why is it using this? Disconnect that. Let's just make a new timer, dude. I think by copying it, I like somehow accidentally instantiated it. I don't know. Change this to like 3. Timer.timeout connect. Oh, the bullet ability scene. Hey, Risey, what's up? How to visit? I should have told Evan MMO this too, but I watched the video he posted where you guys were reacting to Ludwig playing your game. Did you guys win or what? You guys famous now? Can I borrow money? Not much, just chilling and coding. Yeah, same thing here. I'm trying to create like a template for my abilities in this game. But when I tried to copy it, I like accidentally instantiated a bunch of stuff I didn't mean to. Part of me just wants to delete it and give up and not use it, but I'm not quite there yet. Godot is a little funky in the way it like duplicates versus instantiates. Is focus mode time? Can you please relax? I mean, I did have like a pretty serious focus mode time on Sunday when I was trying to finish up a game for a game jam. I was like telling people to shut up. Man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. But there's no deadline right now, so I'm okay. Can you please mind your own damn business? Oh yeah, man. You guys are so cool. I got all the cool kids in here. I'm so lucky. Isn't it cool that me and it's funny because I started doing Godot and then Evan and Momo switched to Godot right after to copy me. Isn't that funny? He was like, "Oh, Maui Game Studios doing Godot. I'm gonna do it too now." Got you. I've been threatening to do Godot for like half a year. Here's my name in chats he's in, and then just comes back to harass me. He's been here for a bit. He's been here saying with his witty, dry humor. It's funny because I've been threatening Evan to use Godot for like a year. No. To be honest, I've been more influenced by you. I've done the RPG Maker to Godot transition. Should I just throw away this bullet template I want to create? Hey, what's up, LMP? I'm gonna start doing some rolling shoutouts. We'll do Risey first, since she's been here. Actually, I'll do Evan first. You know how I have my... We're doing it in the order of people being here. At least that I noticed. So Evan is a streamer that does a lot of... recently he's been doing some Godot, but a lot of TypeScript, which I enjoy. At least that's what he used to do. He does some variety stuff, which I tend to keep the stream open, but like mute it for that part. But I do like the programming parts. How long until I can make another shout out? Oh, I have 2 minutes. He did a game jam recently with a cool artist. Evan, you did a game jam with Bizmaster Studios? Oh man. Are you talking about the something pause or whatever? The one that I played and I beat and then it like I crashed it or something right at the end? It's always fun. I'm offended. Don't be. I'm just joking. I just did a game with Bizmaster Studios. He did the art for this project. That's why I'm just saying that. I'll give you a shout out. Not that anybody's gonna follow you based on my shout out, because I don't think there's a lot of people in here. There's like 12 or something. So yeah, getting late around here too. Yeah, I'm not done with RPG Maker, by the way. Like, I still like it. I'm still gonna do stuff on it. A lot of this Godot stuff is kind of like gatewaying me into a lot of HTTP calls and multiplayer stuff. I do want to implement some like leaderboard systems into my RPG Maker game via like HTTP calls, and I feel like I can do that at this point, like foreseeably. By the way, LMP, if you're in here, if you want to write a plugin to do HTTP calls for like Firebase or Loot Locker or something, I would be really happy if I didn't have to code it myself. Just so I can do like leaderboards. I want to do 2 leaderboards. I mean, I am going to do one for Ajax to PHP. I mean, it's interesting you say that, but that's not really related. I mean, it is sort of like the architecture of the server is, but that's it. I mean, but still have a hardcore nostalgia for like showing initial post calls to my server and collect data. Yeah, exactly. Well, what I would like, and I think people would like this for RPG Maker, is if there was a plugin that kind of did most of the work for you to do HTTP calls for services like Firebase or Loot Locker, or honestly even Steam, you know, or stuff like that. And it could just be like, if you wanted to do a leaderboard, for example, and you could carry over things like played time, like time to complete. So you could do like a leaderboard for like speedrunners that's built right into the game, and they could do like an account creation specifically for that. That'd be a lot of fun. Like Familia players would really appreciate that. Just going to do one for Ajax and PHP, so maybe if you did it with, if you like built the plugins and you set up all the calls and all you had to do is create like the account and on a hosting account on AWS or wherever you put it with a PHP setup, I would use that. I would totally use it. But I don't know. I would do any solution. But I think leaderboards for RPG Maker games is a really fun idea. Endpoints be plugin. Be a plugin setting. Yeah. That would be fun though, don't you think? Like account creation and like for me, if I were to do it right now, I would just do the account creation through like a website, and then I would make it so that you go from the app to the website to log in, and then you come back and you're logged in. That way you only have to do like 1 or 2 HTTP calls, TTP calls in the game. And I don't think that that's like the best way to do it, but that'd be the easiest way for me to do it based on like my tool set of skills. Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, I don't really care about security that much. I'd be open to just putting it up, and if it gets hacked, I would just worry about it when it gets hacked. You know, I don't think people would be, I mean, if you're talking about the security of like the leaderboard itself and people putting up like fake scores, I don't care about that. Don't mind me, I'm starting to get hella distracted by this grass. Grass? What? Oh, by the way, you're a sub. That's cool. Who did that? That was probably LMP, so you can thank him if you want, if you feel the need. LMP gave me a bunch. He's my top subber of all time now. For major services because they would want a secret or something. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... it depends on the, like AWS, I feel like my experience with them, they would probably want a secret, but the Google ones, they just like, if you pass your data limit, they just shut you off. They don't care. Or even DigitalOcean. It's just like if you get hacked and somebody like phishes you, then they're just like, fuck you, you're gone. You know, where AWS's free tiers are pretty crazy. Like, you can incur like a $10,000 bill like really quickly using AWS services if you don't know what you're doing. I'm working on grass spreading in my game. It was actually euphoric. Oh yeah. Post some stuff on Twitter or something. Here, let's watch the video I made today. It's just, you know how people post videos, but it's like just music. So the guy who wrote the song for my last Game Jam game doesn't do YouTube really. So I'm like, bro, I'm gonna post your stuff on my YouTube channel. Okay, so let me mute the music real quick. But yeah, I need I need lots of traction on this. Sometimes I go to Retro MMO or Evan MMO, whatever it is these days. I just go comment on all the videos, just random garbage, just to help him get some SEO cooking.
T-minus 10, 9, 8,
But this is a video
7,
I made.
6, 5,
Wow.
3, 2, 1, 0. Lift off.
Sweet video, yeah. Has nothing to do with the game. This next shot is really cool. Wait for it. Whoa, look at those graphics. You like this stock photography? I think this is gonna end up being my most watched video. True real life experience. This is the guy. So this is the guy who made the music. Planetary Ashes. Oh, that guy is Planetary. He saw the rocket ship. He's like, I'm in. Welcome, Planetary Ashes. Here, follow this guy too, man. This is the guy who did the music from my game. He's got 45 subscribers. And he hasn't posted a video for 2 years. So, you know, he's been really grinding. Not on YouTube, but, you know, somewhere. I should talk. This last video was my first video I posted. This video I made in 3 minutes, and then I posted it in my yard just talking about the game jam. And this video is just like someone else's music that I put stock rocket launching videos. What is the term? Launching rockets? Like stock photography, stock videography of launching rockets in a video. And an astronaut floating, that's also stock photography. But even though this only has 60 views now, pretty sure it's gonna be like one of my most viewed videos as time passes. Like 2 years from now, this is gonna be my top video. I'm positive. And 2 years from now, my top video will probably be like a 10K view video or something like that. Like this one. This one's not quite 10K, almost 9. You know, what I'm realizing is these tutorials, people don't really like them. They like me just talking about like philosophy and stuff. That's kind of what I've found. So, which is much easier to do, right? At least for me it is. And so you'll probably see more content like that, like how I feel and stuff, which I guess I'll just turn on my camera on my phone and use it as a therapist or something. And that should get me good views. Be right back. My phone's beeping. Maui Philosophy Studio, I sense a rebranding coming. No, it's not going to be. It's just easier. You know what I mean? Okay, sorry. That was a text I had to send. Let me put some music back on. So, should I give up on this? And you got to be careful when you're duplicating like scenes. I feel like they reinstantiate stuff that you don't want them to. Bullet ability. So this axe ability is using oh shit. So I gotta call this one. Entities player ability manager. I'm gonna go through the tutorial again and see if I can catch anything that I didn't do.
Let's go ahead and open up our sword ability control.
Hey, Jaden Barrett. Are you my student, Jaden?
By
no.
hitting Control Shift O on the keyboard and searching for it. And our ability controller consists of a timer and a root node. We're pretty much going to model our new ability after this in the same way. We can open up the script and just take a look at what's going on here. We're going to be doing very similar things to what's going on in this sword ability controller. However,
Oh, you're not my student?
one
I have a student
interesting
named
challenge
Jaden,
that
that's
we're
what I'm
going to have to
asking.
do is figure out how to allow the player to choose the ability as a reward for leveling up. But that will be tackled in a later lesson. Let's just focus on actually making the ability first. So let's click on the scene window over here and then hit Control N on the keyboard to create a new scene. Let's select other node and then make it a root type of node at the top here. And let's call this Axe Ability Controller. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's go to Scenes, Ability, and we have the Sword Ability and Sword Ability Controller. Let's create a new folder called Axe Ability Controller. So we've created that folder in the ability directory, and then we can just save it right in there. Now this script area is getting a little bit cluttered here, so I'm going to right click anywhere in a script here, and I'm just going to say close all, and that will
I'm basically trying to make my own weapon. Like, you see this little bullet PNG here? This is one of my attacks. And then this is my other attack. This little ball thing. And in the tutorial, he showed me how to make the axe, and I got it working. But I was trying to reproduce it for the bullet without using the tutorial. And I failed, so I'm going back over it, and I actually broke the axe on the process. I think probably because I was like pulling stuff from the axe and the bullet, so it like broke both of them. So I'm going back over the axe tutorial again to fix the axe, and then hopefully from that I can figure, then I'll have something to model the bullet after. The axe is actually like a bomb. It's just called axe because that's what he calls it in the tutorial, so I don't get mixed up.
we'll clean that up.
The bullet is going to eventually be like the frontal attack, but the first step of creating that frontal attack is getting something that will instantiate on the player, right? And it, for both these attacks, it's the same. The beginning of it, they instantiate on the player, and then once it spawns, you have it like move in the direction that you're facing. So I got the spawning of the bullet to work correctly, sort of, but I kind of lost it along the way. So I'm just going back through the tutorial to try to recreate this axe ability. I've been kind of doing, like, I've been following this tutorial about like 60% of what it says to do. And then I kind of go off and stray from it to try to, and that helps me get a better grip of like what's really going on, you know? It's like, you know, when you're learning to swim, you swim for a little bit on your own, and then you go back and, you know, go in the shallow, and you go out again, and eventually you can just stay out there on your own. And that's kind of how I'm approaching this tutorial. I also have a pretty good grip on like what will be irreversible damage, which this will certainly not be. The most it'll set me back is like one chapter of the tutorial. So Wait. You're giving me more subs? Wait, that's your sub. So I guess a month ago is when you subbed. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. I've gotten more subs this month than I've gotten in maybe any other month. I don't know. But no, it's been close. May was good for me for my subs. My viewer count is pretty good too. Switching to Godot, definitely more people want to see Godot than RPG Maker. I feel very confident in that statement based on my Twitch experience. Part of the reason though I made this and I entered this jam is because the jam requires that you have a leaderboard, and I wanted to learn how to make a leaderboard in Godot so that I could kind of like hotwire a leaderboard in RPG Maker later for Familia. That's like the plan. And I know people love like Vampire Survivor style games, so I know people would like this game. I'm definitely planning on releasing it on Android and iOS for free, as like a free game. In addition to web. I don't think I'm gonna release it on any clients, just mobile and HTML. It's pretty far along. Like, I'm almost to the point where if I just add a few more mechanics, I could pretty much release it as like kind of a roguelike score-based game with high scores and stuff, and I think a lot of people will like it. People already like it. Gotten really good ratings on the Game Jam, even though it's like the Game Jam version is much worse than the version I have even now. So if I look here, right, this is when the game is live and I'm looking at the row and I go into, there should be, oh, so it is spawning. If you see that axe ability? It's actually spawning. Interesting. But it's invisible. Huh. Oh my gosh. Bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I didn't attach the sprite to the freaking node. Oh my god, dude. Holy Dumbo move. Tell me I did the same thing here. No, this one's attached, so this one just doesn't work. Which is okay. So I never really got this one working. But now at least I have a working one that I can compare and like look at them and try to figure out what the difference is. Versus like game. VS like game. Vampire Survivors like game. Where can I send my wallet to? Yeah, it's basically. People are in. And there's not really a good mobile Vampire Survivor style game. I think I might be the one. I think that might be my market right there. Hey, LMP, if you want to do Ludum Dare, you can do it on RPG Maker and I'll make you art. What's your weekend look like? Do give subs asses? Oh, bro, you can play whatever I make whenever you want for free for the rest of your life. Even if you didn't sub. Just with your help with JavaScript over the my patron. Okay, how many was that? Or I'm rich. Wait, so that was 15? Is that correct? It doesn't even tell me. Okay, well, let's go through them. Corpse Jack Menace. Congratulations on the sub. You'll definitely use it. Adjective Allison. Congrats on the sub. Just Crease. Thanks for your help on Godot. Congrats on the sub. Desired Wednesday. Congrats on the sub. Azure Zero. That is a normal chatter. He will most certainly use that. Olivia on art. Also a normal chatter. Example, a chatter who just chatted today. All these guys, congratulations. Juice got one. That's great. Asamu got one. Akari. ITC Studios, congrats. Lance2185, congrats. Sek Raz, congrats. How to break Maui step 1. Well, thank you, man. Jeez, I don't know what to say. This is most certainly the most subs I've ever had in a month. And I think, what is it, 37? I had 5 from others, so 32 of them are all from LMP Games. I wish every streamer could have an LMP Games in their life. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. It helps. Coming back to streaming has been really worth it. I can put that money towards my either my iOS port. With the way the license works too is once I get the iOS one for one of the games, I'll put both copies on iOS. So that'll be cool. Definitely want to put this Vampire Survivor game on iOS for sure. But yeah, thank you. Jeez, I don't know what to say. That means I made like $100 in subs this month so far. That's pretty awesome. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about that, but I don't care. I like breaking rules, especially when they're dumb ones. Okay, so I got it so this axe works. Now I just got to get the bullet to instantiate. And then I can turn the bullet into a gun. Which can shoot out in front of me. Scene? Right now I just want the bullet to spawn on me. I'll figure out how I want it to shoot later. Oh, yeah, I forgot to change the scene. Thanks. I almost never use just chatting. You don't want to see my fat face? Fine. Fine then. In this scene, I need to make the chat smaller. I don't want the chat to be that big because it covers all the code. I'm using OBS. I don't like Streamlabs. It's too demanding on my processor. Well, I have two chats running simultaneously. That's very inefficient. Delete this. People sad who don't want to read chat. Chat nerf incoming. People want to read code, bro. Give them what they want. They want to read the code. I could move the chat somewhere else. I could move it to like the left. Why isn't my bullet ability working? Bullet scene, instantiate. Get player. Everything looks right. Give me my bullets. It's possible that the bullet is behind. No, it's not. It's in front. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Oh, water. Does bullet need axe.json? I don't even know what that file is from. Should I make an equivalent? What happens if I delete it? Let's try that. Cut. Here. Oh, no. Don't open. Don't open VS Code. Not external program file manager. Like, I legitimately don't understand what this ASD is. So we're going to cut it out and see if it breaks stuff. Yeah, I don't think it needs it. I think it's just some file I accidentally created by like pushing the wrong buttons. Looks like it's a sprite config. Yeah, but it's not necessary. It might be the case where it like generates when the thing runs. But yeah, it's still working without it, so. I don't remember ever putting that in there. I think it was one of those things where I just pushed something random or... Why is that there? It's like, it's still building it, like it's making it again. Damn you, Godot, what are you up to? Yeah, it is some kind of sprite configuration, something. Taking it out crashed it. I should probably push my GitHub. Don't you think? I use Git Desktop. I'll just watch the tutorial again and see and do it with Bullet instead.
Let's create another ability for the player so that we have a little bit more gameplay variety. So just as a refresher, let's go ahead and open up our sword ability controller by hitting Control-Shift-O on the keyboard and searching for it. And our ability controller consists of a timer and a root node. We're pretty much going to model our new ability after this
Timer.
in the same way. We can open up this.
Oh, that gave me an idea. Check the timer. Timer's on 3 seconds. That's fine. Okay, what's next?
Script and just take a look at what's going on here. we're going to be doing very similar things to what's going on in this sword ability controller. However, one interesting challenge that we're going to have to do is figure out how to allow the player to choose the ability as a reward for leveling up. But that will be tackled in a later lesson. Let's just focus on actually making the ability first. So let's click on the scene window over here and then hit Control N on the keyboard to create a new scene. Let's select other node and then make it a root type of node at the top here. And let's call this Axe Ability Controller.
See, I'm doing the same thing with
that.
bullet.
Let's go to Scenes, Ability, and we have the Sword Ability and Sword Ability Controller. Let's create a new folder called Axe.
I created the folder
Ability
already.
Controller. So we've created that folder in the ability directory, and then we can just save it right in there. Now this script area is getting a little bit cluttered here, so I'm going to right click anywhere in a script here, and I'm just going to say close all, and that will clean that up nicely. Then I'm going to go and add a script to this Axe Ability Controller.
Here's my script.
And the default setting should be okay, so click create. Now, before we write anything in our script, let's add a timer. So we're going to add a child node timer and pick a time that you think is reasonable for the Axe ability. I'm going to set 2 seconds.
I'm going to do 3.
I know I haven't described what the Axe ability is going to be yet, but let's just get this set up.
That's it. That was it. That's the reason it wasn't happening. See the bullet? You see it? Little red dot. See it? I didn't turn it on auto start. That's all it was. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do with the bullet ability is I just want it to, after it spawns, I want it to go in the direction of where you're facing. So there's a function that does that, look at global position. So there's like a variation of this that I can put in on ready, which would be like it's not look at, it's something else. But it's like look at, it's like move to or something. I gotta look it up. Does anybody in Godot know like move function in a direction? Look at. I think I might have made the look at one. Player look. I think this might be mine. There is a player look here. So look at is part of the player look function that I've made. It's like a sub function. I don't remember what I did here. So you can tell it's my original code because I use the token Joe stuff. Mark. So we got function player look, and then this determines sometimes things never change. Well, when I use other code, I have to remember somehow what's mine, you know? And since I've been influenced by you, I legitimately pretty much never use comments except for that one thing. Joe code starts here, Joe code ends here. Or on the side of something that I added in, I'll write Joe code. Just so I can quickly see that that's my code. Even if somebody was like looking over my code, I feel like that would be helpful. I don't know if you have a suggestion for getting that same effect. Please let me know. But I think it's helpful for people to know what that I did myself versus what I did through an instruction, you know? Because it's not something you can do with like variable names and like clear code, because it's information that's not part of the program. It's something you would tell like someone you're working with verbally. Yeah, it's fine. Doing that in Godot as well. Well, I mean, it's good that you know that see, like, you're like, look at, why would you call it that? And That's probably that's probably like a reasonable question. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the get mouse position, and when it instantiates, I have to move it towards the mouse position. I'm trying to think of how to do it. I can do like movement on, like set movement vector and speed. How would other people do it? Velocity. I could just use all of this. I could put a move and slide on it too. That'd be fun. It would like bounce off the wall. I could just put all this in there. I could do it where the player is looking, but the way my game is designed, the sprite isn't always dead center. So look at this. Like, watch, I'll put the mouse in a fixed position, and you can see that depending on how I'm flying, right, the mouse isn't always necessarily right in the center of the where you want to shoot. So you really want to send it from the ship itself, right? So you want to look at where the mouse is relative to the ship, not to the center of the screen. But yeah, basically it's something I can just basically copy this, and I can do it in a ready function because it's only one move, right? Player look is really what player look is it's an attempt to use the control stick. So really for mouse play, you're just using this function, and that does everything that this does. What this code block is doing is it's checking for your right control analog stick. So all of that code that I just highlighted is for this. And then this code is for this, your mouse. Oh shit, pushed the wrong mouse button. I don't even know how to push that. Where is that on my mouse? How do I even do that? These freaking fancy Logitech mouses. But so basically, like, this is really simple, right? But this is more complicated. I'm not really too worried about the right analog stick because this is not good. I'm gonna have to set it up with like a radiant and like a distance and all that stuff, similar to what I did for Familia for the mobile controller. I'm gonna have to set up something like that. But this code is fine for now. It's not really good with the analog stick because it really heavily, because it's based on a square, right? Actually a diamond in this case. So it's like, well, it's a square, but it's rotated, 45 degrees. And because it's that shape of the square that's like this, I'm like not drawing it good, but because it's that shape, it heavily favors like right, left, like the 4 direction inputs. If player look isn't the direction the player is looking, it is the player you're looking if you're using a mouse, but it's not if you're, no, it is the way the player is looking. It's the direction it's the direction in which the ship faces. This turns the ship to whatever direction you want. But the player look for the control stick is the programming on it is a little funky because it doesn't like look exactly. You can technically look in all directions, but it heavily, heavily, heavily favors up, right, down, left, like 4 direction input. So like, it's kind of, here, I'll just show you how it looks. You can see. So I'm using the control stick, right? And I can technically do like the in-betweens and do like full rotations. But if I just spin it, you see how it just totally jumps to left, right, up. Oh no, the bullet spawns. No, that's not the issue. This is a separate issue. The bullet, I would just make it go in the direction you're looking. So I could, basically I would just grab, honestly, for now, I'm just going to do with mouse position. I don't want to worry about the analog controllers right now. Like, I want to get something working. And then I'll come back and get the analog working later. But what I would just do is I would do look at global mouse position and shoot it there. So this would be how I get my direction. I don't totally know what global mouse position does, like under the hood. So I'd have to I might have to look at that. I wonder if there's like some easy code out of the box for like moving an object, moving a node to mouse position. The current mouse chords. Yeah, so it's probably just XY, yeah. It's not like a radian. But basically what I have to do is I want to make it move to mouse position when it spawns. So if I come back over here to bullet ability, I'm going to give it a script. The hell, I gave you a script. And I would do like on ready. And it would be something to the effect of like move to, oh, func ready, sorry. Set direction. Velocity. I could just set a velocity. So I'll just say velocity equals 10 or something. And speed equals. So I'll do velocity equals 10, direction equals mouse whatever. Get global mouse position instead, give the position of any input. Let me just try set the velocity for fun, see what happens. Do some college style experimenting. That can't be right, actually. So for the movement vector, I can do this guy. I don't know, man. Velocity equals... I don't need target velocity. Let's just... 150. I can't just set velocity like that. Don't need any of that. Move and slide. You know what, actually? I could turn it into a character body. That would actually make more sense. Because this one is actually... I'm fine if this... As opposed to the other ones that were like area 2D, this makes more sense to be a character body. Bro, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like going wild here. Move and slide is not found in physics process? What the freak? Oh, it's just in regular process? Maybe it doesn't need the delta. What? Oh, oops. Character. So I gotta convert it to a vector 2. Might look at some tutorials. This is like something super simple that I like don't know how to do. It's kind of embarrassing.
Hello and welcome to A Dev Named Josh. I am a dev named Josh, and today we're going to talk about spawning in nodes into the scene and shooting projectiles. Alright, so let's get started. The first thing we want to do is actually create a projectile, because right now all we have is our player character, and that's it. We have a main level and a player character. We need a projectile to shoot. So we're not going to create the projectile on the player character. Instead, I'm going to create a new scene by hitting the tab up here. Now we've made an empty scene, and I'm going to choose other node here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to choose an area 2D. An area 2D allows us to detect whenever a physics body enters the area, the trigger, the collider that's here. It will take a collision shape, and you would be able to tell that because you're going to get a node configuration warning that says the node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. Consider adding a collision shape 2D. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to hit Control A, and I'm going to add a collision shape 2D. And of course, we need to set a shape for that collision shape, and I'm just going to do another circle. And there we go. So here's our circle. Now, we also want to see the projectile. Like I mentioned when we created the character.
Yeah, I'll do the collision
this
later. I'm not worried
shape
about
will
that.
Not actually show
I
up in the
know
game.
I can get that to work.
This is just here for us to see where the collider is.
I'm more concerned
So
about
we're
the
gonna add
getting
a
it to
sprite.
move.
Control A, add a sprite 2D, and then I'm going to put the sprite above the collision shape, just so that when I add a texture, I can still see the collision shape on top of it. So, with the sprite 2D here, I need to add a texture, and yes, I am just going to reuse the default Godot icon again, but this time I'm going to shrink this down. And the way I'm going to shrink this down is by going to transform, and here on scale, if we click and drag, we will actually be able to change the value. Now, with that said, we can see that over here, there's this little like linked lock and chain between the X and the Y. That means that if I hold here and drag to the left, both X and Y are linked, so they're both going to change at the same time, which is great because it keeps our little square PNG here a perfect square. So I'm gonna probably make it about that large. And then the only other thing I want to do is I don't want it to look identical to the player, right? I don't want this to be the same colors and whatever. So I'm going to come down to visibility here on the sprite 2D, and in modulate.
This guy's like
here,
so off
and I'm
topic.
over here.
It's like, why are you
modulate
teaching
just
us how to
lets
do
us
a color modulation
change
in
the
a
color or the
projectile
hue
video?
of the object we have.
Fricker,
I'm gonna take
get
the
to the
color,
point,
and I'm going
man.
to bring this all the way down to black. Okay.
That's basic
Now,
stuff.
Over here, our projectile is now black. Perfect. That looks good. So I'm going to save it, save the scene, and of course I'm going to.
Show me how do you get it to move.
I'm going to rename it.
I don't know how
before
to move
save it,
projectiles. I only know how to move
actually,
things
'cause I don't want
towards
it
the.
to be I don't want it
I
to
only
be
know how to
saved
move the
as
player,
area 2D.
and then move things
I'm gonna
towards the
call it
player.
projectile. Perfect. Now I will click Control S and I will save. And I'm just going to make sure it's capital.
How do you
projectile.
instantiate it?
There we go.
I
So
mean,
now we
actually, I know
have
how
a
to do that.
projectile scene.
I got it instantiated.
And we can actually make the player use this scene to instantiate this object. Okay, so let's go back over to the player character, and we're going to
Show me your
need
physics.
another function. That
Show me
will
your
accept
physics.
input. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a shoot function, and then down here I'll give a couple lines, and I'll say func shoot
Oh, I got to do that too.
this. And it's not going to return anything, so it's going to give us a void. So nothing.
I'm not going to make it
And I
so
just
you
noticed
actively
that I
shoot.
have
I'm just
forgotten
going to make it so it just
to
passively
give my
shoots in the
function
direction you're
right here.
facing.
So I'm going to do that really quick. All right. Neither of these return anything.
No need the button
so
mash.
if I were to like try to put a variable here, call it x, and assign it, x isn't going to get anything. It's always going to be null because move is not returning anything. It's void. Okay. That is all that void means. So I have move and shoot, and here in shoot, I want to do something. Namely, I want to print, for now, bang, all caps. Okay. The thing is, if I were to press play right now, shoot is going to happen all the time, regardless of my input. You can see it just keeps going. The reason for that is it's in the physics process, and we're not saying that it's gated behind any type of input like we are with like the movement over here, right? So like, the move is also getting run as often, but it's just setting the velocity back to like 0. Okay. That's
Also,
all
it's better
happening
to
in
have
move
less
runs.
processes. So
But
if
when
you're
shoot
not,
runs, we don't want it to just be shooting wildly at all times. Then again, maybe you're making a game like that. Neat mechanic idea. But
bro, that's exactly what I'm doing, jerk, and it's going to be way better than your game.
we don't want it to be shooting all the time. So
Never stop shooting.
we need to stop it. So we could do an if statement right here. But this if statement is going to kind of take care of the input, okay? So it's going to
In my game, when would there be a situation where you don't want to shoot? Like, his game is probably one where you have like ammo or something dumb like that.
look a lot like what happened up here. So we're going to say if, and then we know that we made an input. And on this one, we're not doing is action pressed. We're doing is action just
Space
pressed.
Avenger.
The
Yeah, that's
reason
kind of
for
a good
that
name, Space
is-
Avenger.
Is action pressed
Maybe I should've went with
will
that.
fire off the action so long as the button or input is held down.
My game is called
And
Space Pirate.
Is action just pressed will only fire off once, which is what we want. We want there to be a projectile that spawns every time we click the mouse.
Eventually,
or
I might
press the
introduce
stick.
a mechanic where you can control and turn shooting
And we
off. but
called that action shoot.
Not yet.
Go, and I'll do a colon. And now we could technically keep it like this, okay? We could absolutely start writing all the rest of our code indented in this if statement. But and maybe this is just me, but it seems a little silly that we're even calling the function if we're not pressing the input, because we're not gonna wanna do anything down here. So what I'm gonna do is instead of putting it inside the function,
It is silly.
I'm going
You
to
should just
it
put it in the
right here
process.
beside the shoot call. And now, if we
Yeah, that's way
press
better.
the shoot action, or if we try to shoot, it will go ahead and fire off the shoot function. But if we're not pressing the shoot action, if we don't press it, then it's not going to call this method, which is great. We're getting the same effect, but in this way, we're not having to go into the shoot function and then read the if statement and then come back out of it, right? All right. So, with that said, I can re-indent this. There we go. So now, if I press play and I press spacebar, we see bang. Every time I press spacebar and every time I click with my left mouse button, we see bang appear.
It does have
That's
weird
great.
formatting.
But now
It's like-
we need.
It's like the most generic programming language you could imagine, right? It's like if somebody tried to combine all languages and make Captain Planet of languages. That's kind of what Godot is. It's like kind of like Python, but it's not. It's kind of like JavaScript or TypeScript, but it's not. It's kind of like C# with its strictness and all that, but it's not like C#. You know, it's kind of a weird. I actually think, while I work with my students with GDScript, I think it's a really good language to learn as your first language because it has traits of like every language I know. You know what I mean? Or I've been exposed to, even not the ones yet, because saying I know it is a bit pretentious, but ones that I have some grasp of, it has like traits from all of them. So also too, I used to think that it's better to have a more open-ended language when you're starting to learn, but nowadays I think strict white space languages like Godot and Python are really good for young programmers because they force them to learn how to like make their code not look super bad. You know what I mean? So, and then you can carry some of that strict white spacing over to C++ or C# or JavaScript or TypeScript or whatever, and it's like your code won't be as ugly.
To actually spawn the projectiles we made here, okay? So how
Yeah, it requires indents, like Python does.
do we do that? We do that by getting a reference to our projectile.
Yeah, a lot of Python is considered like an easy language, but if you come from like a JavaScript background, it's much harder because you're not used to the strict white spacing. So it's a little bit weird, but like I have a kid who, because I do robotics, right? So that's how I know Python. So I know Python, but I know it at a very elementary level because I'm teaching like, you know, middle school robotics with it. And I don't like build stuff with it. I just program the robots to like move around, it's super easy. It's a super easy language for that. And I think it's good because it teaches the kids how to like indent and make their code look nice without like having to actively scold them for making their code look nice. Like it's like I don't have to like be over their shoulder and like hit them with a ruler every time their indents are like wrong. The code just doesn't work, you know. So it's kind of nice.
Scene. Okay. So here in playerCharacter.gd, we are going to export var projectile.
This is all good already.
In the editor, much like we do with the speed multiplier.
I know how to do all this.
And this is going to be of type packed scene. What is a packed scene? You can think of this similar to the
pull
way
in a
that
script.
Unity handles passing
Object.
prefabs into scripts.
Yeah, prefabs.
Or into serialized fields or what have you. We can also pack up a scene like projectile.
I like pack scenes better
place
than
it
prefabs
into
in Unity.
the projectile like exported variable in the editor. So let's see how that's done.
It's simpler.
I got a player character. And I click here. We'll see we have projectile here.
The way
And now
Unity
I can
does
just
it, where
pick
they
up
have a regular object and then a prefab, it's an unnecessary dichotomy because there's a lot of things that fit very well in between those two categories, right? So the way Unity structures it, I think it's kind of funky. It's not like a prefab isn't like a different type of object. It's just an object with a specific trait. So in Godot, it makes more sense the way they do it because they just have a node with a packed state, a packed scene. So it's like a scene within a scene, you know, a packed scene as opposed to like an instantiated scene
in the editor
because they're different.
So let's see how that's done. If I go to player character and I click here, we'll see we have projectile here. And now I can just pick up projectile, the whole scene.
I did all this already.
Not the if you have like a GD file or something.
The way I did it is
you wouldn't
different
do
though.
that.
I just
You
want to
do the
see how he
actual
does the
scene
physics.
and place it.
I just want the physics, man.
Package that scene into that variable.
Show me the physics. This video is good though. If I didn't know how to do all this stuff already.
We know we have a reference to that scene. And so we can actually use this variable to spawn in projectiles. Because it understands all the data associated with the projectile scene. All right, but we're gonna have a problem if we do that, and that is we'll be spawning the projectiles on top of the player's like position, and I don't want to do that. So we're going to
I'm gonna
fix the
do that
player here to give it a position to actually spawn the projectiles of, like you would for a barrel of a weapon or something.
Yeah.
So here in the player character,
It doesn't matter for me. It's just a little spaceship.
to get a new node, and I want it to be a position 2D node. And all this is, if I drag this out to the
I gotta skip ahead, dude.
say we're gonna
I don't need
pulling
any
it
of
to the
this.
in this game towards the mouse, which I think is important for a twin stick shooter, right? We should always force the player to look towards the mouse position. So that's what we're gonna physics process. Vector 2, and what we're so this is mouse, or now we have this variable that's holding this global mouse position, which is great. So we're gonna actually use this mouse position and look at here. And we'll save it, and we'll play, and we'll notice that he is turning towards the mouse position, but he's looking at it from the right, towards the map. Where I'm going to be very lazy. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to come into the player character, and I'm going to turn the sprite.
What's wrong with that?
The sprite's transform.
That's not lazy.
And I'm going to turn the
That's the
sprite
best way
by
to do it.
negative 90 degrees. Hit enter. Now he's
That's
facing
weird.
towards this position 2D.
Well, his
to the
chin
right.
will.
And now, if we press play, we will
His
notice
chin is
that
gonna face the
the
direction.
character always kind of looks towards the mouse, right? So, lazy way. What we can do is we can actually just take the function, because it's going to return, instead of doing a mouse position variable, we can just paste the function
Yeah,
call
quit
to
it with
get
your
global mouse position
freaking
here inside
bloated
Zaxxon.
code, bro.
Speed down. Awesome. It's a problem on Endo is just right, is by creating a variable, projectile, and we're going, can't type.
Okay, I did all this already.
And the way we
Instantiate the
and
projectile.
that child is going to be inst. By adding a child to the tree,
Did that already.
I want it to be its own, and I want it to be add child of the player. We've added, and the way we do that is export another variable, but there's an easier way to do it, something that's position B by using the node we formed. And there we go. We
That's
will
all
be
done.
awesome. They're still not moving. We'll fix that in just a moment. But a better node, the node you now we can using it in like store. This is a string that if I and because keep these and then involve all of that in variable and I take node a path exists and we will say and then spawn point we are going to obviously we're not going to be able to fix but we've variable and now it is Godot and assigning all so yep and be able to go to the projectile inherits from area 2D. It's going to be named projectile, no template. Fine, we'll create it, and then I'm going to give it a class name. Now, projectile. Have that type safety again. Phew.
What did he just do?
So back to projectile over here.
Okay, he's doing what I
We'll
need.
create it, and then I'm going to give it a class name,
Gives it
and
a
that's
class
going
name.
to be projectile. Awesome. Now at this point, I believe.
This code all sucks. Let's get rid of it. I'm gonna switch it back. Did he do it as a... He did it as an area 2D. Okay, we'll do that. Switch.
If I go back to my player script really quickly, we can actually go ahead and set this variable to projectile. And now the system knows what projectile is. So now we have that type safety again. Phew, okay. So back to
We'll call it class name bullet. I don't know what type of class it is though.
projectile over here. We need to give our projectile speed so it'll move. So we'll call it var speed. It's going to be a float. And we're going to assign it to
300.
25.0. And then in order to actually make it move, because the speed alone won't do anything, in order to actually make it move, we're going to call the physics process. And here we're going to say that we want our position, and this position lives on
Delta
a
float.
node.
This is an old tutorial.
If I
Damn
go
it.
over here and click on like player character, here in transform, it has a position, right? So if it's a node in the world, it has a position.
You don't need this anymore.
So back in the script,
How the hell do you do that arrow thing? I don't know how to do the arrow. Anybody know how to make an arrow? Should I just go copy it from Wikipedia? No, not that arrow. I just won't use it.
we want the position
Let me just see what he's
our
doing. I can adapt it myself.
to increase over time along the x-axis. So we'll do transform.x. And this is its relative x-axis. So when we spawn it in, it may not be pointing towards the right of the screen. It may spawn in facing like up or whatever. But this transform.x is always going to be relative to this node. So it's going to travel along its relative x-axis. And we're just going to multiply that by the speed. And just like that, if we press play, we have projectiles working. Wonderful.
Hey, Code Rad, what's up, man? Oh, Area 2D. Getting my bullets, bro. You're gonna get to see my bullets. Oh, that don't work. It like just appears and vanishes. Let's try this.
This out. I'll go back to the player character. And we're done. That's it. We've got it all.
Oh, I didn't assign the bullet class to the other guy.
To assign it to 25.
I don't think I need the class the way I coded it.
It has a position. So back in the script, we want the position.
Maybe it's too fast. Oh, it was too fast. That was the issue. And it only flies in one direction. How am I going to convert this transform X to the get mouse function?
of our node to increase over time. It's going to travel along its so
Also, the way this is coded, you'll keep creating bullets forever and they'll never disappear. That's the Skyrim way. He doesn't clean it up. This guy is like some kind of JavaScript programmer. He doesn't know how to take his trash out. The Skyrim way. What is transform X? Let me see what this value equals. And then I can figure out how to manipulate it to my will. One and zero. Oh, so it's a vector. It's a vect. So how do you convert get mouse direction, global mouse position to a vector? I don't know. I honestly don't know how to do that off the top of my head. It returns 1 and 0 down here, see? Which this is X is 1, right? And 0 is Y, so that, you know, that makes it go right because 0 is neutral. So it's a scale from -1 to 1 for X and then -1 to 1 for Y. That's how it calculates the transform. Actually, no, that's for X though. Hold on. Print transform X plus trans. So let's just try print transform, see what happens. Oh. This is interesting. So transform has a whole bunch of crap. Can you see it on the bottom there? Yeah, you can. Transform's got X, Y, and a 0. Let's see what global mouse position reports. Let's see how it figures that data. Print. I think it might be an object. I'm gonna figure out how to shoot this bullet or die trying. See object position? Oh yeah, it totally is. It's X, Y axis. So 0. Wait, so solving problems. So it's X, Y, and 0. 0. What is that 0 one? It's like speed, probably. Wait, okay, so when I'm moving, does it increase? What are those two numbers? How you do the maths to get the mouse position? I just want to shoot a bullet in the direction of my mouse. The way he was doing it was relative. He was using relative positioning within his bullet, which I don't want to do it that way because the It's just a bit of a clusterfuck with the way my objects are spawned in. It's too it would be better just to grab the function again, you know what I mean? Like, his is a simpler system. Mine is much more complicated, so I'd rather just re-grab it in that spot rather than having to like trace it back through like some crazy directories that I might change later and then my game blows up, you know? Better to just call on the globals. You know what I'm saying? Just get the globals. Those aren't changing. This song is sweet. This is the pro strat for this game. You just have to spin it to win it. That's how this game works. Oh. Dude, Code Rat, I made it so the spawn rate of the missiles like increases as you play, and it's not easy. The game is no longer easy. Like, it's actually really hard now. It's currently set up though. Yeah, the way my abilities work, they don't spawn from the player. They spawn from something that's like connected to the player. Wait, the way it's set up now, it should fly to the right. Why isn't it doing that? Look at my bullet, it only shoots one direction. And it currently doesn't interact with the targets. How do I get my bullet to go towards the mouse? How did I do it in the player? Player look, velocity, lerp, target, velocity, direction, var movement, get movement vector. Okay, none of this. Don't need any of that. Movement vector equals get movement vector. And how is the movement vector created? Okay, so var x movement. This is almost done with. Hold on a second. This could work. No, I still don't have a way to convert it. Is there a way to compare the two areas? I really don't want to do it with classes like he did it. I don't like that way. Because of the instantiation, it's weird. The main struggle with the way he's doing it by putting it in the process function is that what happens is after you shoot, if you shoot again, it'll change the direction of the existing bullets, right? Because the class is on process, so every frame it'll change the direction of the bullets. So that's like a really crappy way to do it because your bullets will like change to the direction that you're aiming after you've already shot them. You know, that doesn't really make sense.
And we're going to assign it to...
You should definitely have the movement direction not be like constrained to a class. Each one should have its own movement, you know? Which is thing helped me because it helped me see the var speed float crap, but I still don't totally understand it. Maybe I can just look up like Godot 4 convert mouse position to direction.
Hey, it's Ice, and in this episode we are going to make projectiles, and specifically we are going to add projectiles that our player can throw and damage.
Probably use this look at function, get global mouse position. I think that's how you're supposed to do it. Look. have the power under my mouse. So I kind of figured it out. They're colliding with each other or something. Spirit bomb. Just for fun, let's make them collide with each other. That'd be fun, don't you think? Oh no, they are colliding with each other. Make it bigger. Kamehameha! So I have an idea. If I put this in the if I just put it in the on ready, I think it'll just run once and it'll just keep flying. Does that sound right to you? Let's see. We'll find out now. Pass here. That don't work. I think because it's spawning after it. You have any ideas, LMP, to get it to stop chasing my mouse after it initially chases my mouse? Like I just want it to like start flying towards the mouse and then start ignoring it. So, I got it so that the thing flies towards the mouse, but it just keeps flying towards the mouse after you push it. So I just want it to fly towards the mouse once and then just keep flying in that direction forever. Maybe I could do it like this. On ready. Because once this will set it. Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh. This will set it right before, and then the process will go. And since they're all their own object. No, that don't work. It doesn't consider the on ready. It doesn't update the movement direction. Yeah. No, it. So like once they shoot, I can like move them midair. Watch. Oh wait. Well, now they're not working at all. Oh, cause this. Pretty cool bullets, yeah. So it's probably, I might not have to make a class. I don't know. Trying to, this is like, I couldn't really think of the logic of how to do this. I could just do something simple, like you set it and then I change the name of the self. Do you only set once? Is it null? If it's null. Oh yeah. Bro, you're smart. That's a good idea. If I don't even know. Do you say this? How would you control that? How would you I know how to do that in JavaScript. Okay, so basically we'll declare a var. Looking direction. If looking direction would need to be global and not set as part of the physics process. Yeah, because it'll var looking direction. If looking direction doesn't equal null, I could just do it like this. If it's null, if looking direction equals null, looking direction equals look at. Okay, yeah, you're right. Looking direction equals What the heck? It returns void? Do I have to do it as a function? This isn't working. I don't think this function works with the looking direction equals. Need the other code to update the position each tick. I don't think that's gonna work because it's not converted yet. We'll try it though. Yeah, it's just showing one direction. The look at converts it into a vector, but I don't think the variable is working. I'll do it like this. Bad code. Bro, pro. That way. Super pro. Look at my super good code, Maui code. I just had to give it something, you know? What would you suggest in this situation? I almost want to leave it like this. Because it's freaking hilarious. If looking direction equals null, look at global position. Looking direction equals. I mean, this is fine, right? I would suggest rejecting Godot. Change looking direction to bool. Okay, yeah. We'll do true. That way. And then check if it's false. Well, it won't be, it'll be falsy, but I don't really understand GD scripts of way of handling like falsy truthy. So let's just leave null versus true, I think. That's fine. Okay, now we're gonna, for fun, we're gonna have some fun here. Whoa, look at this good coding ideas. For variable names though, I don't use camel case. I don't know why, but people in Godot don't do that. is there a reason why you think camel case would be more common in like JavaScript versus where Godot it's like not, it doesn't, nobody does that? Because it's the more common naming scheme. When I do JavaScript, I use this. I use the for variables. I always use camel case like this. Made by a Python enthusiast. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it with my normal naming convention. So that is good though. Is, look, direction, set. Don't normally use camel. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, that's what I've seen. So it would be more something like this. Honestly, camel case, I like it better, but none of the tutorials use it. So it would be nice because there's nothing in Godot. Like when you look at the tutorials, they don't use camel case for anything. And if variables were in camel case, it would be really good because you could see them like that. You know? Okay, so now I have to delete them after a certain amount of time. If you ever work with Godot, you'll use camel case. Well, if you work with Godot, you could probably just use C++. You would probably be better served to not even learn GDScript. It's C++ compatible. The integration is pretty good. And honestly, the performance is better in C++ anyway. I'm going to start doing Code Academy for C++ on the side. Because I want to... Does C++ use camel case for variables? Yeah, so I mean, like you can just use the C++ integration. The majority of the core of Godot is written in C++ anyway. What people tend to do with some of the like bigger commercial games is they'll write it initially in GDScript, and then when they're at the optimization phase, they'll redo a lot of it in camel case. Bro, I'm so stoked I have a frontal attack. This is awesome. Wait, they write the code into C++? Does anyone get sizable games done? From what I've read, usually what people do is the areas in which require the most optimization, they'll refactor it in C++, especially when you're dealing with like netcode, because you can make the packets more efficient and smaller. Now, I don't really know that from experience, right? That's just what I've read is generally how the pipeline for Godot development goes. You just kind of go find all of the little areas when you're doing your you know, your stress test and your benchmarking or whatever, and then you'll go and refactor something in C++ that needs to do. It's nice in comparison to Unity because Unity doesn't actually give you access to the deeper parts of the engine natively. The only way you can do it is if you're on like a commercial account where you actually pay them a certain amount per month or whatever, you know. But because Godot is open source, all of that optimization is just right open to you. I like the open source model a lot more, which is why I like Godot. I just think it's a better way to be in life. I wonder if that means the Unity RPG Maker plugin. Can you imagine if you were like you had an employee? What would you do if one of your employees had this set up? Like, is direction set equals null? If not, is direction set equals that way? Like, how would you react if that was like if you came and your employee did that? Will devs be able to write C# code without a commercial? Yes, for sure. Because C# is the native language to Unity. Everything's in C#, but there are certain things under the hood of the engine that you can't optimize with C++ unless you have the commercial license. So like their core is mostly C++. But at least that's my understanding based on the sources I've read. So like, and that's usually people who spend like, who give Unity like $100K a year or something, you know. Also the question, I'm gonna have to clean up the trash on this thing. Change null to false, set var to false. Okay. That's cleaner. Just as a question, that's gonna make it a lot more optimized, right? Because it's a Boolean and there's only two possible ways in which you could go over the physical process. I mean, not to maybe a measurable extent, I'm just talking like in a very minor way. This is a more optimized way to do it, right? Technically, it's the same thing. Okay. But it's more proper. Okay. I like the way this works better. I think this makes more sense too. So now, what we're gonna do for fun, and this is gonna be a real blast, we're gonna go to the ability controller and we're gonna change this to 0.01. And then we're gonna run it, and it's gonna be a blast. Yo, bro, don't mess with me. Don't mess with the beast. Man, this is fun. Bro, this is fun, dude. I'm gonna have to put like a gun. Oh yeah, that's right. Turn this motherfucker off, dude. I don't delete them. Oh my gosh. It's gonna melt down the mainframe. Okay, that's definitely got to be something I got to figure out. So, is there like a? Oh, I can put a timer on this. So what I'll do is I'll do add child node timer. And I'll give it 1 second. And then I'll say, no, I can make it, I can I can delete it. I forget what the command is to destroy it or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna do a time-based deletion. So like after like a second or whatever, however long it takes the bullet to get out of the screen. That's basically what most Godot people do, is they use timers. Bro, this has been very productive. Thank you for helping me with this. Hope you're enjoying your Godot dev time. Cool tactic to handle spammers. I don't think it would go as fast as it's going right now until you had like a ton of upgrades. I'm probably gonna make it like, I've thought about making it like Contra, you know, where you grab like the upgrade and then it like changes you to like the spread fire or whatever. But I kind of like something that just continually builds throughout forever, like infinitely. For roguelikes, that's just really exciting, you know? Because somewhere out there, there's somebody who's like literally gotten it to like, you know, some ridiculous, they've gotten their gun to be at some ridiculous level of power that no one will ever match. I think I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'm either gonna figure out this timer, and I'm also gonna just go ahead and add collisions to start blowing up some missiles with it. Currently, it doesn't interact with the missiles, so there's a couple things I can do. Like I think for just the ease of execution for now, I'm going to probably just make it so it goes through the missiles and then just give it lower damage to compensate. But I do think eventually I'll have a physics interaction that it takes damage when it hits the missile or something like that. So like, I don't know, if the damage of if the health of your thing is less than the missile, then it will, like, it'll do a set amount of damage, and that set amount of damage will also be the amount of health it has. Something like that. I don't know. If you have any ideas for how to do the logic, let me know. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I might take, yeah, I'm gonna take a break for a bit. It won't be that quick. It'll probably be like 10 minutes. Got a lot done though. Wonderful. All right, how's everyone doing? Anybody still around? So I gotta match the collision with the missiles. So let's look at that. So I have to look at the enemy, the game object, basic enemy, their collisions. Actually, you know what? I can just match it to the sword ability. So I can look at the sword. This one. It would be actually the sword controller. Dang, this is actually kind of complicated. Dang, the sword is so complicated. See, the game's already starting to lag. Close it. Maybe I should just do the bomb thing first, and then I can do my gun after. Bro, I made it interact. It's like blowing you back right through the wall, no problem. Oh, that's so awesome. Okay, let's mess around with the collisions a little bit again. Okay, so 4 is the one I can't do. Apparently 1 is the one I can't do either. Oh, I'm not even doing anything here. These are just visibility. Where's the collision layers? Okay, so 4 is the damage layer. You're back. Welcome. I'm trying to destroy the bullets because they're just breaking everything. Because they're just filling up the RAM with it's basically a memory leak. In fact, I can test this better if I just make it so it shoots like a bajillion of them. We'll make it shoot like a ridiculous amount. Let's go. It's gonna just be like a red line. Actually, I don't think it increased. Yeah. Pretty fun, yeah? Pretty fun bullets. Not noticing any slowdown yet. I think it is deleting them. Well, they're like kind of stacking on top of each other. I thought they'd make a more solid red line, but they like stack on top of each other, kind of weird. It doesn't seem like... It seems like they're deleting. Let me just try to go all the way. If I notice no slowdown, I'm gonna just assume that they all got destroyed. I wish there was an FPS display. Yeah, they delete after 4 seconds right now. And so far I'm not noticing any delay, before when I was doing this without it. See, we can... Okay, you want me to destroy them on screen? I kind of want to keep going with this test and then I'll do what you're saying. It'll take like, it'll probably have to be like 0.2 seconds. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're deleting. I'm confident enough I can run the next test. So if now we do, if time left is less than, let's do 0. Time left is equal to 0. And then for the timer, we can do, I don't know, 0.2. I think they're moving out too fast. One 100th of a second. I can't tell. Maybe I should reduce their speed. Yeah, it definitely works. Check it out. It's like a flamethrower. It's pretty crazy that you can destroy it literally, like, almost immediately. Look, like, this is 0.001 seconds. Or 0.1. So if we just make it like 0.1 second, that's more than enough time. Maybe not. Maybe 0.1 is the minimum. Just make it 1 second. I don't know if the equals 0 works. It's better to use an integer, a whole number. Oh, equal. So I can actually do less than or equal to. Yeah, see, this one goes like a little bit ahead of you. Okay, that works. So basically, if the time goes down, we can do, let's try 0.5. That's fine. Like, you can see the whole thing. Let's go down a little bit more. 0.25. Now this gun is like super upgraded right now. This is like, yeah, you can't see the edge of it. How fun. Okay, so now I have to make it hurt the missiles. For now, I'm not going to make it so it's upgradable yet. Oh, so how does the sword ability damage? So it hits 4. That's is the enemy. So I did a hitbox collision. Oh, there's a hurt box. There's a hitbox that I can instantiate. I remember now. To check the pathing. The collision goes on 4. Oh, dude, it works. Let's turn the damage down to 1. And we also have to reduce the spawn rate. we'll make it like 10 a second. Oh, that's still crazy fast. Did I do something wrong? It seems too fast. Oh, here's the speed. No, that's the distance it travels speed. This is probably better to start. Bro, this is fun, dude. Bro, this is so fun. Bro, this is awesome. So these little things that are getting produced are going to slow down the game because they're not getting destroyed. These little mine things that I'm dropping. So I got to get those going. I'll probably work on those some more tonight. It's a little bit too easy. I have to give the missiles more health now. Because this gun is OP. Yeah, it's too easy with this gun. Let's weaken the gun a little bit. This is good. This is fun. This is a good balance. Bro, this game is awesome. I wonder if I can get to the point where I can just like keep going. I don't think I can, because the way it works now is the missiles come in more quickly. I think I'm almost at the point where I can stand still. Yeah, baby. Beat the game. Easy game. The rate at which the rockets come, it does increase. It gets faster and faster, but so like if I just sit here and don't do anything, the game stops at 5, so I don't have to do anything. But if I don't continue to grab those power-ups and I just look at the frame rate, it's really deteriorating. There's too much of these like landmine things. But eventually they would overtake me, but if I grabbed all the experience from all of these guys again, it would just make it so I'm like it would make it so I'm like strong again, you know? It wouldn't matter anymore. Does that make sense? So like the way it is right now, if I grab all of the power-ups, they won't overtake me, but they will continually get closer and closer together. It basically, I think like every 10 seconds, the way I set it up, the rocket spawn time is reduced by 1/10 of a second. So what happens over time is the rate becomes less than, like it goes into negative, and it starts like doing double. So the spawn rate becomes like -5. Which means it spawns immediately, then goes back to 0, and yeah, you get the idea. I think I gotta finish up the, I call them the axe, but the ability where those little mine things that I'm dropping, they're supposed to be like an attack that spins around the enemy, kind of like a shield, sort of. And I gotta implement that because even though the bullets are optimized, if I drop enough of those, it really slows down the game, so. But I'm getting some mad progress, man. This game is just like flying along. And if I keep to this like pixel art style, it's gonna be good. And everybody's pumped about it. Biz says he'll keep making art if I want, and the musician's like, yeah, I'll make more songs for sure. He's like, it's been a blast doing this project. I think this will be a really good Android game, like Android and iPhone. This might be my first one. I might put this one on iPhone before Familia because I still don't have the total like setup for iOS down for RPGs, for RPG Maker games. What happened in the debugger? Oh yeah, so this is a bug. Basically what happens when it goes into a negative, it doesn't work anymore. I have to set up a thing where once it's 0, it doubles the spawn. It like adds an additional one. How long until the space jam is up? starting to get tired, man. I think I might call it a night. I'll probably work a little bit more, but I'm going to do it off stream. Let's see who's online.
Archer got me.
Clayman? Man, this person, their thing is like, it says my UI is unresponsive, please help. It's like, bro, you're inviting disaster. Starts in 35 minutes. Yeah, I'm out of juice. I actually streamed like 12 hours today. It was good though. I made a bunch of videos. I made like 6 little videos. So I'll be good on videos until like next week, Monday. And then you know, I figured out the bullet stuff. I did the mine stuff. I'll raid this person.
There's a lot of different things you can do. We need to fix this top panel because it's so messed up.
This guy looks interesting. He's making a Final Fantasy VII mod. Oh, he doesn't speak English.
Quindi tipo se printiamo solo quello, no? Solo questa roba qua, sarà sempre sotto l'1.
I think that's Spanish.
Va bene.
Grumpy Game Dev. Try to go for the people who holy loud stream. Oh, this looks cool. Alright, everybody, we're gonna go follow this stream. I'll still probably stay on for like another hour or so. I just want to get offline. Okay, I'm ready now. Farewell. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. This game will probably be done by this weekend. Well, not done, but it'll be. I'll have like a release version that's good.